Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Savy's world, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Ride the rails through the light, express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet, every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands, bright horizons, tech and sound. Magic voyage all around. 8-bit journey, pride and bold. Savy story to be told. Digital heart full of pride. In this world she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls. Every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day. Level up, break through the walls. Every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day.
Welcome aboard, everybody! I hope you're all having a lovely Wednesday. How we all doing tonight? Welcome aboard! Hello, Trapbuster! That was a follow from the other day, yo. Thank you to whoever it was. Who was it? Yeah, my sources are all over the place right now. Hello, Trap Blaster. You're a techno, huh? What are you gonna be blasting? Hello, Neon. Thank you for the check-in. Oh, I hope you're all having a lovely night. Tell you something nice? Cool. Let's see. Oh, it's been a good day outside. I didn't get rained on once. That's nice. Although I do actually have a really nice thing to say though. I did it to Papa Mockchester today, and he is definitely improving. He's able to take more steps now. Oh, headpats!
Headpats for the conductor.
Where's the other thing to take off? Oh, it's already off. Okay. But yeah, So I visited Papa Love just today. He's still in prison still. He is starting to take more steps in physical therapy. And I did see that they also changed out his mattress today as well. But yeah, the fact that my dad is able to start like... The fact that they have him actually getting himself better is pretty good. I look forward to when he no longer has to be in there. Let's see, let me make sure that the sound is being captured. Let's see, 14's there, that's good. Okay, let me make sure there's nothing else open that shouldn't be. Alright, I think we should be all set. So tonight, chat, we're going to be working on the MSQ for Final Fantasy XIV. The patch came out last week, roughly. And we are going to be doing it today. Yeah, I got an extra head pad. Oh, it's gone. Oh, I wonder how cute I look with that. Oh, that now looks cute. Infinite head pats. It's conducted. Are you with Insulator? No. Yeah, also hello, Breatharian. But yeah, unfortunately Insulator couldn't be here today. Yeah, so we have to conduct this all on our own tonight. Well, why is the camera still stuck here? Uh-oh. But yeah, so we're gonna be working on the MSQ for Final Fantasy XIV. Specifically the 7.3 MSQ. If you guys haven't seen this game before, it is a Final Fantasy game through and through. Well, it is a MMO. They have put a lot of love into the story. However, the Doncho one is a little bit of a hit and miss in spots. Like the Doncho section of the story, that is. Like, there's one point during the leveling that was just so obviously bad and forced. Like, I don't know why they could have done something different with it. But they forced a kidnapping scenario. And it was obvious to everyone. If for whatever reason they had the Suns and a Warrior Light just suddenly lose all their IQ at that moment. Now granted, the character development that came after it, after the event there, was pretty good because it gave some light onto another character in the story. But the way they led into it was just so bullshit. Like, come on, anyone who was sane could have seen what was going on there. But anyways, so yeah, let's get with this. Let's see, where's the quest? Oh, okay, it's over here. I'm not thrilled. Oh! I guess it's a red solution then. Now, I didn't spoil myself too much, but I did take a look at the item levels that I think are going to be required. So I'm just barely over it. But apparently, this patch is not only not only is there a dungeon, but there's also a trial too. And so I guess we're gonna find out. No, I should have just took the ether right over there. But yeah, I hope that you're all having a lovely night tonight. I want to have a different menu now tonight. Let's see. We're gonna have football out tonight. Am I heading inside? Yes, I am. But yeah, it's been a little while since we last played this. Like, I purposely held off a week just so that things could like settle or whatnot. But yeah, so with this expansion, Dawn Trail, it's mainly been focused around Wuklamut here, as well as Fiend in the later half. Oh, as well as Golnojan here. Targeted tragedy. Shell wishes for a moment of her time. If you have a moment, Savy, Shield wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the fun and details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Also, a brief reminder on what has happened here. And I'm hoping I'm getting this correct as well. But with 7.2... Let's see if I'm taking this correctly. With 7.2... basically, all sorts of craziness happened where the automated guards basically went rogue and started attacking the Alexandrians. Yeah, the citizens being attacked by their own guards. That's brutal. But granted, the Alexandrians didn't know what was happening, and they still don't know what happened. But they don't know why it happened. But it brought a fear that they had lost for a long time. Because without the Alexandrians and 14 Arcs, they've gotten so used to using these things called regulators. Let's see, does Shell have one? No, Shell does not have one. But you'll see on some of the NPCs in Social Night and such, they have a little thing on their head. Those are regulators. And those regulators have basically cheated death. It has allowed them to cheat death, basically. Meaning, should they die, the regulator will just bring them right back to life. So because of that, they haven't really had an actual fear of death for a long time. And I mean a long time. Now what's this? I have a I just noticed the notification I had on YouTube. It was a comment that said, I still love train. But yeah, so because of the regulators, the Alexandrians have been able to cheat death. But now it's to a point where the regulators aren't really working anymore. And someone that's been pulling some strings behind the scenes has released new regulators. And this caused a huge stir and panic and such. because there's only like a limited amount of them. And everyone wanted it. And it was all because that whole incident, near-death incident that they had. I'm doing the description, high injustice here. But that's basically the gist of it. And because of trying to figure out what was going on, we managed to figure out who was pulling some strings because they even tried to kill the Warrior Light. They caused a massive power outage inside a Solution 9 unit just to try to kill the Warrior Light. So since then, we've been chasing this person who went missing. Like, we're trying to figure out where they are now. But they are not up to any good here. Again, I'm doing a high disservice. You could take a look at some people that have been doing like lore-specific stuff with the game and get a nice rundown there. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Please be voiced. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. What just happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I had the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is the man that can override it with such impunity? Obviously. The one that's pulling some strings behind the scene. You know, I should make that a little bit bigger to cover that. Where is the chat there? The German tank, aka the legendary Tiger 131 tank? Okay. I think I'll set this to 275. Hey Alex, he lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring achievements for 11 sickness, designing every keep score system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was abstaining to trying to help? I did not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failing. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is absurd for the 5,000 who registered as neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If he meant to follow Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Golocha and Chill are working on them, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I look to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Ra and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick in the street till such time? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tilioli. Alpino and Alisay will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Savy's group if you'll have me. Oh, you're more than welcome, Fiend. The more mouth to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. We'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Now, funnily enough, I thought I was ready earlier, but I gotta go use the bathroom, so let me be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was already earlier, but I guess Batman had a call. No, that doesn't say died yet, and I don't know what does. So yeah, that little blue thing that's on the head up there. I don't know if you guys saw or not, but that's the regulators. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? But you are right, Shield. But I'll know enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. And it takes this little object right here. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I did not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how they cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility? After everything that you've seen of us? There is what I've seen that has convinced me you can't. I'll look 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd definitely not let you down. Though, I suggest that we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, at least someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. There's nothing for more you retrieved from the old castle. Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all, to certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Savy and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Oh, that's new. Oh, chat, this is actually really nice. I think they've had a, they had a tutorial like this back in Endwalker. But I think this is probably, it looks like, if I remember correctly, I think this is going a little bit more into detail compared to that one. Oh wait, it's using Oda as the picture examples here. Huh. Still, that's actually pretty nice though. That's pretty nice though. So you got 1 optional and 3 to talk to. The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies were amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me out the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shill, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Are the centuries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's gonna happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Clean Stream said so. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what it meant until it happened. This isn't a game about trains. No, it's not! But it has trains. It does have trains at least, so... What has me in such a fun mood, you ask? Why, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filed. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Without your word. I feel like there is a new factor in these stories that we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That a victim of the boss wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents had always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. But the supply is cut off there, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks, and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. The Savy ran on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. But yeah, there are trains in this game though. We can't control them sadly. And we even may have used one of them as a bomb. But there are trains here. Speaking of trains, hello Traintastic! How you doing? Well, by the way, chat. Thursday, by the way, have I ever told you guys? There's one really amusing fact about trains. I learned this fact a long time ago, but I never got around to really going into detail on it. I think I should definitely go into detail on it this time around. And yeah, let me just say that yeah, like, it's honestly something that I've really been wanting to say, but I've always forgot about it. But, yeah, chat, did you guys know that I like trains? They don't get enough good. This also did not do the... Damn it. It didn't... Oh no, that's why. Hey, it did most of it. But for whatever reason... Mix It Up just doesn't have access to the throw system for some reason. Why are you always having this issue with that? I guess the throw is broken tonight. But I can't be bothered to fix it. Because when it happens when I'm playing Final Fantasy, I then have to restart the entire fucking game. I got to turn the entire game off, and then I can connect it to the throw system. And I just can't be bothered to do that. Am I having a train-tastic day? I'm having a 99% train-tastic day. The 1% that's not a train-tastic day is the fact that the throw system broke. But otherwise, a 99% train-tastic day. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones would jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who would always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. 99.99, yes. Oh, that's for the yeah, I think this is for the next set of Arcadian over there. Yeah, I think that's for the next set of the raid series. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Wait. It said 0 casualties equipped with regulators. Does that mean that everyone that died did not have a regulator on? You wish to know if the people who died in a machine rampage were road regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies are present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I did remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Savy, I think it's time that we rejoin Crown scene. I was half joking when I boast the show, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Crow say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Cheerview? Let's get going. Why does it feel like I've seen that detail somewhere? A bunch of like white powder that was on the ground and such. I feel like I've actually seen that detail somewhere. During one of the other quests. Look at it. Look. I think it was here in Alexandria too. But I feel like I've seen that detail somewhere before. We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only appear to be that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed a regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of mere regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances of such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Jails has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. But the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. They could have found 5,000 wounded citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps the zone of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What if the deaths found at the various sites? Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like I've seen that detail somewhere. Maybe it was during the 7.2 stuff. During the rampage. Right, the sanitation worker stories. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where I've heard that before? Did you recall when we went to save Arendelle from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That's probably where I remembered a detail then. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at the sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Savy, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in a residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion numbers are on their way now, but you are close enough to join them. Yeah, left foot kid. Damn it, our new investigation left the way. Let's go. Oh no, I hope the kid's alright. Oh, that's a bit creepy.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no, that can't be good.
Go to them, quickly!
Isadora and her kid. Her kid was basically in a coma. Hey, look who it is!
Wyaquay!
I'll be fine.
With one of the Oblivion numbers.
Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora!
Hey look, she's getting some of her magic back.
She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
He's able to recognize that she is Queen Slane. There's never see him walking around, by the way.
Forever.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. Oh, the music changed. This is the serious music. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. That's a good kid. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the resident. The endless choice. Wayakui is fearful of her comrade. A comrade? You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Malos and watch over Isidore for me? You will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Why? What is happening? That man, This is awful. Is the door is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Our living comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. A Senshi was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Up until now, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? Yukima-san Wakaki sent word. I'm sorry, by the time you arrived, it was already too late. Then Shield could be in trouble too. Once we have this Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find them. But why? Has something happened? Hey, Tilted! Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communication. I need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sanctuaries. And we should search for Geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators. If our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please, do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Alright, thanks. Here, take these communicators. No, chat, I know I haven't said it before, and I really should have said it when I first saw these. But I do like Oblivion's uniform. They made modifications to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and we have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Bayakwi has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geo. Good luck and stay safe. Geo said he would suit the surrounding area, so we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. It's probably over there somewhere in like that structure. Also, look how close to this is to the arcade. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually spread over there. No time on Geo, perhaps I should search further to the east. Oh, to the east, huh? Please, Geo, please be safe. I mean, I guess this is still part of the residential, yeah. Okay, so I recognize the reference to the area that we were just at, which I actually made mention of it in a much earlier stream. Oh, the residential radius 914 was a reference to both Final Fantasy 9 and 14. And then this one over here that we just got to, I should have recognized it as well at first. But for some reason, I just glazed over it. And considering that this expansion has some Final Fantasy 11 crossover stuff happening, that's how I should have recognized it after I got to the raid portions. I don't know why I haven't recognized it until now. But yeah, this radius is a reference to Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 11. Let's hitch around the apartments first. No sound in Geode. Yaki's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Hey, Geode, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps we should continue to search further to the east. The Oblivion top is very similar to the Crystarium Code of Aemon. Oh, is that where I recognize it from? Oh. Oh, I could fix this. Okay, so what you're saying that it's possible then that I may have seen it and even done it on my other character then. At one point. No Sun and Geo, the neighboring residential radius will be the next logical place to look. Oh, yep, there he is.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
He must have family.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Uh-oh. We've seen this happen before. I remember where I've seen this now.
That dust.
I remember where I've seen it now. When Tulioli was attacked by Golos Zaja. No, not Golos Zaja. By Zarelja. There we go. When Zarelja attacked Tulioli. That's where we've seen this.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Oh no, that can't be good. Uh-oh.
Damn you!
Hulu, like there, right at the face.
You can't be here! You need to run, now!
What the?
A trap!
No, that's not good.
Take care of the others, eh?
Oh boy.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
Yeah, his gun is there.
Geode!
a shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Right to Gio's, of course I can.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
You would always seek other victims, obviously. Is it not just gonna stop here? You're just gonna turn that... You're just gonna turn it to another direction?
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Oh yeah, I do remember seeing something like that happen. I'm pretty sure we've seen that happen when Zerolcha attacked Tulioli. Something very similar. If not the same result. The champ, there are no words. Oh, dust, these ashes. In the soul cell he left behind. What was that his twisted way of returning Gio to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you, careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stone ether allowed for many more endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well, there is not noble the sacrifice. We do have to stop them. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. and under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Savy. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections otherwise. You know, I'm really hoping we get to see at least I'm really hoping we get to see some kind of rendition of the Invincible in this game. Based off of the Final Fantasy IX one. Ella, hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. My memories and yours. Though gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. She and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakui to meet us there as well. Never played Final Fantasy IX? He has Invisible Sun? No, it's actually an airship. Though, there's some scenes in Final Fantasy IX where a big eye appears up in the sky. This eye is usually there when there's like a catastrophe happening. It turns out that it's not really an eye, but it's just like the red lens on the other side of the airship.
Our dear Geode.
And I'm not gonna lie, when there was the references early on to like hurricanes and such, well, and I mean like early on in the Doncho story, the guy that knew it was pulling from Final Fantasy IX for various aspects, I was kind of hoping that there would be like some kind of reference of a big red eye up in the sky. But yeah, the Invincible is just an airship from another world, basically.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you.
Interesting, you only know of the arc because it's in the additional deluxe version. Yeah, so the arc was a, if I remember correctly, in Final Fantasy IX, the arc is actually in Eidolon, or a summon. I believe it's a boss at one point as well. But it is one of the, like, really high-powered summons in Final Fantasy IX. And just like how you see it transform in Doncho as a mount, you know, like how, like what it does, similar to the, what's the name of the one from Alexander, the Sky Cruiser or whatever it's called? Similar to that one, it will transform from an airship while flying into a more robotic form when on the ground. And in Final Fantasy IX, it does that too. like during the fight with it. I think after the fight, you get the arc as a summon for which one of the two was summoned? It was either Garnet/Dagger or Eco. I don't remember which one. I think it was Dagger that got it. And which, by the way, Svenir is this game's version of Garnet, or as we call her, Dagger. She goes by both names in Final Fantasy IX.
And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
You know, that's a really interesting parallel as well to the Memoria from the 12th. That is in a different kind of twisted way, very similar to it. Anyways, let me be right back, chat. I gotta use the bathroom again. Welcome aboard! Okay, I have returned in. I heard something happen. Oh, thank you for the follow on YouTube, Eugene. Welcome back. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. That's right, I think a bot retweeted my stream announcement on Twitter. And hello, Layla! I'm sorry, I just saw your messages. Okay, yeah, okay, good. It's tracking me, that's good. But yeah, hello, welcome in. But yeah, so there have been some similarities to Final Fantasy IX as well with this expansion so far. Now, all of the Xantria related stuff is is obviously based off of Final Fantasy IX, but if you were to just look at this game and not know that this is Alexandria, you would never draw that connection. And I mean it, you would never draw the connections between this version of Alexandria and the Final Fantasy IX version of it. Like, you would never draw the connection. All good today, and thanks for asking, no problem. Yeah! Hell yeah. But yeah, like, I've actually found it quite interesting how the Final Fantasy XIV let me try to structure this properly. I find it really interesting how they took stuff from Final Fantasy IX. They twisted it in a way where if you are familiar with Final Fantasy IX, you'll still recognize it. But you'll also see just how vastly different it is from it. Like, when I first saw Solution 9, I thought that was Midgar. I thought it was Midgar from Final Fantasy VII. Like, seriously, let me just tell... okay, once we're able to, like, travel again, I'll show you guys what I mean. But yeah, so, like, there's been references, obviously. There's been no direct names. And so far, the closest name I've seen is Sphene. And that's because Sphene is a rock. And the Princess of Alexandria in Final Fantasy IX, her name is Garnet. And Garnet is also a rock. And then we had some other characters, which, the way that they were acting, I was able to understand which ones they were. Like, for example, when we saw Otis, when we saw the machine version of Otis, because of how he was acting, that was clearly Stenia from Final Fantasy IX. And that gave me the big hint that they are using characters from Final Fantasy IX, but they gave them different names. Zelandria, for example, as well, which is supposed to be Sphene's right hand. Yeah, that's General Beatrix. Hi, Peaches. But yeah, like, I honestly think it's really interesting how they took elements from Final Fantasy IX, twisted them in an interesting way, and still put them into the game. And now the Comrade Dawn, some days, is almost more than I can bear. Shield was... he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shield knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Calcula. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Did Shell like Geode or something? Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. I need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything that I could do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Calcula used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to the Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you have a shoulder to spare. Oh, this is perfect. I was going to go outside anyways to show you guys what I was talking about with the Midgard reference. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Okay, so now that we are out here, Also, I gotta mount. Bit of fly. I think I'll keep the not music off for now. Yeah, let me show you what I meant when seeing that city from out here reminded me of Midgard. If you played Final Fantasy VII, you will know that Midgard is a massive city made by a company called Shinra. And it is set up in a way where along the upper plate, there's like 8 sectors of it. And between each sector, there's like a Mako reactor. Those reactors are sucking life out of the ground, basically. Take a look at this and tell me if you don't see that Midgard in reference there. Like, that's a city that we were just in. Like, I thought this was Midgard when we first came here. Like, seriously, don't you guys see where I'm coming from with that? Like, I thought that was Midgard. But no, it's Alexandria. And the castle from Final Fantasy IX is inside of there. It's inside there, like on the ground. And over there is the city proper. Of course, it's been ravaged by a super weapon. You can see how people would think Midgard when looking at Sushinen. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's very similar looking on the outside to it. It looks very similar to Midgard. Like, I'm more used to the Final Fantasy VII PlayStation 1 version of it. But I could clearly see that it was kind of a reference. Oh, look at that, the weather effect is clipping into the structure. I love when the weather affects you. But yeah, like when I first saw it, I thought, is that Midgard? Which actually took me by surprise, by the way. Because I was expecting Final Fantasy IX stuff still. But seeing something that looks like it could have came from Final Fantasy VII, that really threw me for a loop. It's a fair chunk on foot, so I've arranged a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Keelik shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. I get to ride one of them? Oh, I hope they have a unique music. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are originals, babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. There's no music, I'm sad. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. I want to get one of these. I know it's a mount I could get. Jim would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Did I surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. You would often talk about how one day you might fly our wheelers outside the dome. And now you'll never be able to. Well, you might, but he won't. It cost $7 million, I thought it was like 20. It's cheaper than a fucking house. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Hey Chuck, did any of you want to give me 7 million gil? Just like I had that motorcycle? Yeah, let's help clear my head a touch. You know, Savy, you might be the first person I've ridden with you while in Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from our regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear up test today. But yeah, I only have like 738,000 on me at the moment. I'm sure I have a bit more on my retainers. But speaking of, I gotta sell some more stuff with them. Now look at some tests. Just our luck. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I'd never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? Yeah, so we're just gonna leave those corpses there. To rot, to whatever. Oh, look at that wood texture. That's actually pretty good.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
I have a mug. Does that count? To Geode's memory.
What are the two of you doing here?
Why did the Rumbot split that? Oh no, it's not split. For whatever reason on the overlay it did. Huh. Weird.
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
By the way, chat, if you guys like tea and anime, you could probably get some really good tea from the Dragon's Treasure. Use code Savy for 10% off.
Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa
Links down
who
below.
revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Hello, Fisher. That's an interesting way to say adult worker. What's the word I'm looking for that? An escort, there we go. That's an interesting way to say escort. Oh yeah, I would have never thought the shell was one of those.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause.
Wait, I think I know who Geode reminds me of now. Because I'm thinking of another character from Final Fantasy IX. Fuck, what was his name? Was it Marcus? I want to say Marcus. Or it could have been blank, but I'm not sure now. But they were both members of the Tentless group, which is what Oblivion is based on.
It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier. And learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents. Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course.
Now, if only other Algus agents could experience this. But the regulators admit that almost impossible.
Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Darkness in the heart. Shale steals our heart for the work ahead. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Crowd for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Savy? Savy, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Will I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. I can't wait until you finish attending the show, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Yep, and over to the outskirts for Gildan. Hey look, she's right there. This is different music. Savy, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm familiar with the outskirts. I thought you might be better equipped to judge their behavior. It is unusual enough. When you speak with them and see what you think, though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. I wonder if it's just gonna be the ones with regulators. Oh, please tell me you brought me... please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already. But I've heard rumors where is he left over. Surely the government still has some? Or perhaps clean scene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought. And now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Look at the card game here. You have a regulator as well. Greetings, I remember when you visited the Queen's Queen. Come to check on our well-being, had you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn raiders, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed the new device early on, and have long since completed their registration. Death has no hold over me now. Oh yeah, that's definitely a neo-regulator I'll just head. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Yeah, so there's something up with these neo-regulators, which are the black ones here. Am I blocking it? No, okay, I'm good. Oh yeah, there's something up with them. Because why else would they be made limited like that? You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? No, it's your luck to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after this machine malfunctions. Only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I'd pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Savy, can you come to a resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamity and Alphino. Where was the resolution? It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Oh, right, Resolution was that sector up in the northern... Yeah, up in the north side of it, Resolution 9. And then we shut that down?
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no
And
shame
even
in
the
being
voiceover
afraid.
too.
It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
What a great pep talk for a PSA. I know, right?
Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
Death is a foregone conclusion for everything. Just another part of the cycle.
No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people.
They're your people,
What
see?
can I do? I am not their queen.
I think she's still having a hard time, coming to grips that it's been centuries since she was put into the coma. My apologies, the sign does not respond to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Val told me everything that happened while we were away. We had the hopefuls who descended upon Lavity dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting the fray. The latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyxon soon. First his deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more necessary even. Yeah, I just want to say that's an awesome looking code paste. So whoever this Mikote is behind me, whoever this gunbreaker behind me is, that's an awesome looking code. Felix has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamon, please let them shelter until Aeoli. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. The Mush days will be a death spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Helix is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. What if that's the clue right there? Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for our nation. Hello, Milo. Welcome in. Wait, is that DeLorean as your profile picture? A blue one at that? I don't know. It's really small for me to see it. But like with the size that's there. Let me try to describe how the size looks like on my screen here. Do you see the grid of dots over here? Over here to the right hand side. Over here. It's like that size, basically. I was asking if your profile picture was that of was like that over here, a blue DeLorean. Because to me it looks like it might be one. But I don't know. It just looks like it has that. Oh, it's not? Oh. I love DeLoreans. Think of so much of yourselves that aid does need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. It's a blue Volvo. Oh, okay. Preservation, their purpose. Look what my ancestors are surrounded with grim determination. Strand brick. Speaking of cars being bricks, remember back when cars were actually like, you know, safe? Where they could get into a bump and not even be damaged? These days now, that same bump with the same force will just crumple the car up now? Oh, I miss back when cars were made to last. Coleoli would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what if the nation that late Queen was so desperate to preserve? What if that bright haven of peace and laughter? Look, Lama. I won't stay here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? Because it was the one that we were interacting with. I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in our final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. Thank you for the lurk, Milo. I would be yours as well, Sven. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things that we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Hey, don't forget about me. That could be. We'd not be where we are now without you. Right. You get a bit sidetracked there. Yeah, I'm your right-hand sword. We should probably be on our way. Did we patrol or see a shell needs a hand? There you all are. Komocha! That's splendid. We were afraid that we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. In this, Savy, we thought we found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029 is called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Oh, sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take a left to get to the complex. I've cleared the expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said left. Let's not keep her waiting. You know, last time that we went this way, it was to go into the Underkeep. In which we actually got to see the old castle. It was actually pretty cool because some of the rooms in there were actually recreations of the Alexandria Castle from 9. I'll share the method we used to find a containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. It sounds like Galoja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him a fine feast once this is all over. Shaw made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Now that's actually kind of cute. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city. Yet I couldn't help but wonder if this one is where my parents were. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think at what they are researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. Ready to head on up. Next up, the 10th level. Oh, let's go up. It's probably full of dust.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Ew. Yeah, there's something on the desk there.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Don't know you need one of General's energy tonic.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Oh, come on! Just one step and you'll go Super Saiyan.
In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Felix's trail. And I learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed on the director's office. Now, as we're aware that might be... Yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it will probably be a card of some kind. If you know, work some electro magic. I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a lot to crack it. Kinda cute idea. You might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of that place, it doesn't seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Okay, so we're looking for like a locker or something. Okay. You begin searching the containment complex for 10-29. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring the path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Well, right now, it is suggesting either desk drawers here or this organizer. There's probably the drawers there. Cause that's where I would put like personal belongings if I'm working. Yeah, I think so. It's obviously the drawers. But let's see what says for all the other stuff. It's a recycling bin, quite literally too. You scanned the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Nothing in there then. I'm not even sure where people kept their personal belongings in this day and age. It's obviously the drawers. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at their stations? Oh gee, no shit. It's obviously right here. Well, let's see what the rest says. The small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. Few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. Personal protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms. The researchers, the commons in the proto-lab, or the ditro-lab. The Terror-lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance will dictate the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. That's so terrifying. Just have your memory overwritten like that. Research detectives, access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. Okay, what about leadership personnel? Helpbook Director, Demetrius. Portal Lab Chief. Yes, for. The Terror Lab Chief. Redacted. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. I told you, and in his desk. This appears immediately, and desk with drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with the bull in level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try on the door and see if it opens. Wait, can I see what is, No, I can't stand. The stunning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. A card-shaped object fashioned from electrode. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. Now, funny enough, I actually use these card-shaped objects with scanners like that every day, almost. At least at the day job I do. It's open! You did it, Savy! And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I am curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Well, this is definitely a hub. This must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card! Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. Yeah, obviously. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Not a single soul here besides us. The standard beeps in disapproval. No good, maybe we need a different card? Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chasts me, we'll just have to come through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. The door is already open at least. You'll find a way through together, Shell. I'm sure of it. Yeah, and that must have find the card in there. Then we have to come over here. By the looks of it, there's 2 rooms that we're going to. But one one's gonna have some kind of issue, which means we have to go to the other one before they can go to the first. Wait. That kind of looks like the dimensional key. But it could also mean the food court. Oh, they were doing regulars here. These notes seem to be about the research they did it here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting an inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Uh-huh. 201,930, okay. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11,509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produces a result of 9,834. Decrease the value of the verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. Well, considering that tip that we got earlier, that clothes are different colored like that, I'd have to say, yeah, they are important for something. Please excuse my impatience. Didn't need to track down Felix or clothes, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tab that I found in a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At least we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? So experiment 158 has the number then. It appears to be a researcher's critical data tablet. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. The mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius tonight. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems a gathering candle in comparison to Master Calyx is blinding brilliant. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of the living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Savy insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malalia colleagues, including the Prenodat chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? For tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Futura lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory of data. This machine sees into the soul sound. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. I don't think so. In fact, maybe it was meant to create people. And let's take a look over at what 158 was over here. $11,509, okay. That must be the password to this terminal that we're about to interact with. The way this room is set up, the canister into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? Though we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galocha mentioned a locker over in the corner that he could open. Perhaps he could take a look. It's the password for here. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad's just the inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. I love how each number has a unique look here. And thankfully, if you didn't know that this was a whole font that Square made for this, because each number is unique right here. In fact, Final Fantasy XIV has its own highly stylized font that if you are able to recognize certain words on it, you can actually learn the alphabet as it's presented in that font and be able to translate it. Like for example, 11509. And look, it's a phone! The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. Savy, get the locker open! And he found another security card. Oh, but there's also a level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but just to open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Savy. These preservation numbers look so surprisingly alive. Leaving notes this in the cards, I definitely imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? But Pedro was part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem that researchers who agreed with Chilith and his philosophy underwent the conversion to the endless entities. But I assume those that could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writers was really happy about this. You can tell that how much they admired Chilith and his wreck. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in that other tablet there. Hey, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deterral Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back at the hub and the locked door across the way. Which will hopefully be before I do a security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. What, I can hold on to as a souvenir? But what if I wanted to keep it? You know how much shit I have in my bags? Oh good, I got hiccup. Oh, you know how many sharp funny objects I have on my bag? Oh, the granite, I hiccup again. I shouldn't have gotten a case of the hiccups, chat. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Yuwayata. I can't pronounce it! The Yuiwa facility. Chilith hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. The scanner awaits. Put the security card up to the panel and it should unlock the door. It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. If there were others besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? Hidden device waits silent for the security card, okay? A card-shaped key for opening restricted doors. This one is marked with a level 2 security clearance. Yes, it opened. So, where should we go first? The Deterra Lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. the door over here is open. This is a puzzle, isn't it? I feel like this is a puzzle. Oh, it definitely is a puzzle. Okay, that's where it goes right where I'm standing. This diamond goes where the circle is. Circle goes where the triangle is, and triangle goes where the square is. That's the puzzle. Chill, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Turtle Lab, shall we? Thank you for the checking, Chris. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Those are some big, flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. The Turtle Lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. We'll try to have experiments where they can nothing in there. Oh, good, the terminal's lit up. That means we have power in this room. Okay, Shell, what can you tell me? Because I have already solved this puzzle. Without even doing it yet, what the hell? HG power supply? No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Chill, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Turtle Lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Can this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Isn't the control panels assigned to each of the tiles? Assigned to each of the tiles, and we create an unbroken path for the power to flow. Well, I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. And even if you can look around for any written procedures, all you dig through the terminal directories, might you also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Savy? The rest of us can help by supplying Savy with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Just tell me how to manipulate the control panels and we're all good. Let's arrange the 4 towers on the correct positions. Access texture. Okay. Okay, I was thinking a little bit more of a sliding puzzle, but yeah. Oh, that's a bigger cable than I thought. It worked! We did it, Savy! Yeah, pretty savvy with stuff, aren't I? But the turtle lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. Welcome aboard! If I may show, can we access a certain data log before moving on? Thank you for the follow, Red Rebel. I go back to YouTube goes nuts. I love that name. Oh, I love that name, I'm sorry. I found that amusing. But yeah, YouTube sounds like they're about to go nuts. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation the Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the content. That looks to be a touch-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Star Surge of Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was the reigning king of Alexandria. Tingbream? Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet, still he had published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his word. Though, it was not when war came into our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So he had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did it change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but it's still driven by the same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deterrel lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything on once over just to be sure. I mean, we could just take a look. Which is what I guess they opted to do anyways. The energy current seems stable on left. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that I shorted the wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I mean, they couldn't kill me with all of Everkeep's power, so I think I can withstand a simple shock. A calculated evolution. Shell is examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Yes, with the silk. Let's head inside to see what awaits. You know, chat, we're at the point in the lifespan of this expansion that we should start seeing hints of what the next expansion will be. God, it's above, isn't it? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on a monitor. And they'd use it to make another chip, but isn't it missing the shard of the side like the one Savy has? Now, they may have been laboring under a misconception. The chip was originally a Malalia Alpha relic. Once this treasure came into his possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, they can see that all the Desol's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? That the crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remained shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electro, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. At this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Kaelitz tracked the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishtala's assistance for a thorough investigation. Oh my god, you are going to make her so giddy to learn that. Because now she's going to want to use the key just to travel. Now we all know where she's going to go first. You all know quite literally where she's going to go first. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Kaelitz's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We are spread out enough for any cards stuck behind. Remember, ending less than level 3 is no good to us. Oh, I wonder. Can we click this shell of a key? And then shoot Calyx by giving him that one? Well, we keep the real key. Also, goddamn, I gotta use the bathroom again. Let me verify chat. I have returned. Those cameras are innately good by it. This lab is under a constant surveillance. I'll scan the recordings and try to spot where your people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. They were 3D printing keys, okay. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Well, so should these drawers. One of us is down to find something, I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on the shelf somewhere. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Burning looking shelf unit holds storage crate and sealed barrels, no sign of security cards. The lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have a show examine it to be sure. Krill! Yep, we need to have a talk. Every time I have to search for something, you seem to be right next to it. I'll certainly think that you might be the key. Oh wow, if it is exactly what we needed. Nice work, Savy. level 3. That should get us into the doctor's office. Beth, what was it that you're helping to fight in there again, Joe? You were saying that a certain device is going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this obscenely abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Savy's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence of someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also clearly deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh.
Protocol, you understand? There can be no exceptions.
Damn. He only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Dr. Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Caleb. The chambers in this room had been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recordings was erased, I can only assume that he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I did not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out that they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Were it not seen, thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between our parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. At the doctor's office. And now for the final room in this interestingly shaped laboratory. It's the same description as the other one, just a level 3 instead. I hit my head, so... There we go, let's head inside. That'll find the data relay, and don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Savy, come with me. I might have needed that security card. What if Demetrius is inside? This is rather lavish for an office. Something odd. Oh, he has a coffee maker in here? Well, I would say that this is odd right here. Don't think there's a garnet? And a sapphire? Or is that topaz? I don't think that's rubies, because I think rubies are a little brighter red. But whatever the case is, there's one missing. All that's missing is a shower. The CEO of Disney, Bob Iger, is known for showering 4 times a day. You fake likes, welcome in. also the report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the chi. Damn, this channel isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be that data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Savy. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Oh, I guess I'll have a drink. Evelyn dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Okay, Chow, I'm sorry, I can't have any coffee. Well, this seems to have been the way forward, okay. Thank you for the check-in, Tux. Amongst the other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet, a closed locker standing next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports.
Conductor.
Oh, hydrate, you got. Oh, head pads!
Chat, I think some head pads are in order for our conductor.
Nothing to note, the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The treat triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing at note, rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident, details in full report. Those 2 in Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key, though the fugitives have since been caught and illuminated. We were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh, was to serve Master Helix as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dared not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless inversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical realm, you must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Helix requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. You know, I should have checked inside the locker. The collection of soul cells have once belonged to the reactor. They appear to be empty. Did he use them? You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the portal lab, the Deterra lab, and the director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to show. Oh, can I look into the thing? The door to the locker swings open easily. Yeah, we're gonna go elsewhere. We found something. A hastily scribbled reminder found in the director's office shown. Thank you. I must cliff note, was it? The instructions for accessing a secure room, no less, seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There is no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access level is concealed too. Concealed? By a ledger, you mean? Could it be that low? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. This interestingly parrot. Remember what Calcula used to say, Shell? Never trust in an actual surface. It isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course. Electric was how you altered the look of all Session 9's force and worlds, isn't it? In which case it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. I'll take the Deterra lab. Actually, might be better if you stayed. See, your knowledge of always aging as people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I'll live my whole life in Alexandria after all. We'll pick to the Deterra lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Savy, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by the guidebook on my and crawl through the process. You know, there's a display plate over there. The one with gems. I thought since it was made of electric, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Well, it's obviously missing something. Hey, what's a garnet? 2 jewels are embedded in this electro plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fit. Can we see any additional stuff here? No. I wonder if I go to the other rooms, is there possibly that other thing there? I don't see anything that could be interacted with. So I just press this, and next is that one, right? Hey, this isn't so hard. Yeah, there's nothing else is really interactable. That's not stuff I've interacted with already. I kept touching the drawers of the book and found a cute puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? Solve it. You got it! It's probably a Rubik's Cube, ain't it? Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There's something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems are so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Yeah, you should hold on to this one just in case. A sizable green gem of scintillating beauty. It probably goes right in here then. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the golden lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. It's still an interesting shape. But could this be not instructed? They considered this way before you. On second thought, perhaps the sheets are too simple for an electro circuit. Okay, so obviously the floor plan. They considered this way before you. On second thought, perhaps the shapes were chosen for reasons aside from the aesthetic. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex, which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Ah, okay. That actually makes sense though, yeah. The soul contains a sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the proto-lab. I think that's where Wokolmut is. Hello, Neon. The clone words appear to be Heteran. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Eat the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. Room tour 1? Well, you mean like you want to see the background? Or am I missing something here? Is we got this background. Like the little sound of the train is real. As I can see through the window. Yes, and won't believe I think for each type of gem means something different. I bet you asked Sphinx, she can tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. You know, you're right. Oh, my home in Final Fantasy 14. Once we're in a free roam again, I'll show off the free company estate. There's not really much there. It's only like the first floor that's really decorated. The basement is. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the basement. So we just have like a stupid setup down there. As for my character's personal room inside of the estate, I haven't done much. I have not done much. I'm sorry. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. What's the meaning of Alexandrite? You know, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandra's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the password? The sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. You should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope they're right. Look at that. We got the password right there. We're all set to go here. The Clement and Crow are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start at the Clement in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? Honesty. And a password for Crow and devotion. And lastly, what will be input for the doctor's office? Protection. Right, we have all the passwords ready. Now they enter the room into the system and at the same time. She has a stool. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. A secure room is the only place you get to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. Both veteran and sinners book Clement and Crow will rejoin us. Well, yeah, I'll gladly show off the estate that I have. Alright everyone, time to board the look and see what awaits us. Are we gonna end up in living memory? Yes, living memory is right above Alexander here.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Oh, look at that.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method,
That
which
makes sense.
Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Well, if we think back to when Kako was around, she was up in living memory. We never yet to actually meet her until we got up there. And I wrote from the data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Yeah, when we were trying to get through, when we were trying to prevent the Endless Fane from doing, what was it again? Attempting the, temporal fusion?
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Because that happened with Kako, I think.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
Oh no, I decided to intervene.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
So he was responsible for that.
Savy and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
I still want that dress. It's such a pretty dress.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
They could have did a little bit more with the facial animations for Bokumat there.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Well, let's plan our next move then. I could say he's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure. You know what? Let's go with that one. I mean, come on, not even all the power and everything could keep me down. And he learned that the hard way.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
I am sure. Yes. I'm staying at gate short. Yeah, well, that was an adventure. Now, unfortunately, the aura here is probably just a little bit taller than me. Because I am standard gauge in height. I think the smallest I can make the aura was just a little bit taller than me. It may not have been by the method that Show was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Felix and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I am curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. It should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. That was quite a bit of time that we spent in that room. Damn that bastard Felix. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see you his time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I don't think it's gonna go to plan, but we've learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to the dark confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. One of our own. Sweden's resolved to take part in the coming battle. Savy, we've briefed Arendelle on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now what to consider for our next actions will be. Please be voiced. Felix has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like a striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesa Terminal, then that is where we must go. While still upset being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I could confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Felix, pray and let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia. And for the other three I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thanks for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions have also every intention of accompanying you to battle. So adamant were LSA and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. What about the steadiness? Is he up there? I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing near regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Savy, Crow and I think that we should talk to Gossen before we leave for the memory. Under Felix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gossen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Oh good, I can control myself now. You wanted a house tour, I'll give you a house tour. Now this was made back when... before I even started the V2. But yeah, we have a nice little outdoor area here. And on the inside, it was originally going to be a tavern. I have yet to transition that away from anything else. But yeah, this is pretty much it. As I said, we have a downstairs area, which I don't know what to do with it yet. Like, I've just been messing around, trying to, like, design it. Oh, yeah, this is our vending machine right here. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and we are in, what was it called, we are in the Ishgard one. Well, what was this one called? Imperium, that was what it was called. Is that a Pikmin? No, it's not a Pikmin. It's Poo-Poo. It's Poo-Poo. Poo-Poo's from Final Fantasy VIII. When you encounter Poo-Poo, he's usually flying this thing. Poo-Poo's an alien from outer space. And Poo-Poo's adorable. And it was also back over to Solution 9, and I gotta use the bathroom to be effect. I have returned. But yeah, no, this is Poo-Poo. Poo-Poo's an alien from Final Fantasy VIII. And Poo-Poo is adorable. And yeah, that is P-U-P-U. P-U-P-U Poo-Poo. When you encounter Poo-Poo in Final Fantasy VIII, it would ask you for like specific items. It does look a little bit like Pikmin. But I do believe Poo-Poo itself is older than the Pikmin. It's like an alien Moogle, yeah! That's actually a good way to look at it, yeah! It's just an alien Moogle. But yeah, I think Poo-Poo is older than the Pikmin. Because Pikmin, that debuted on what, the GameCube? And that was after Final Fantasy VIII.
A difficult situation.
In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
That given how Alexandrians have been reliant on things that resurrect them on death, they haven't known true death in centuries.
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them.
Yeah, there's no reason to love death.
The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
What kind of question is
Malachi
that?
called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway. but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
And you don't do it by embracing it.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Oh, you took it off.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
What's with those faces?
No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Savy.
Amity, you used her name.
I mean, they know how she looks, so...
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Savy has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same.
Well, you're looking at the original Savy.
You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
So I'm happy they actually had that moving.
I promised to
Usually when you see an
return.
equipment change like that, it's usually done off camera. Or the camera's
And
placed
when I do,
slightly to the side or
I
something.
look forward to speaking with you all.
I wonder if they're gonna put her in a pretty dress. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gossen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that new regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of new regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. As for miles of surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart and are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Chilix would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Look at the Arcadian in all its glory. It's just a
Things
big old
seem
graphics card.
much the same.
Oh, what is this music? I like this music.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Yeah, referring to your mom there. Ever since that living memory portion of the story, he's had that little charm there as a reminder of his mom. I guess I gotta go to living memory now. Now I do gotta say, this zone, when we first came into the zone, it was beautiful. In fact, I could show you guys how it looked. Where is it? Is it duty? It's duty, okay. Oh yeah, take a look at how the zone looked. This is how the zone looked when we first came in here. And a nut also that I could just go off the mountain. But yeah, look at this place, it's beautiful. Like you got a canal town right over there. You got a bomb bike step over there. Step for the Malalas over there. Stuff this off of Alexandria Road over here. There's no roller coaster though. Oh, we could see down there. I didn't expect to see that far down there, holy shit. But yeah, this is Everkeep. The top of Everkeep, specifically. I'm not sure how it has managed to stay afloat over on the other night. Because this is on in the night, I think. We are in one of the reflections at this point. How it has managed to stay afloat, I have no idea. That's silly that I can't end the New Game Plus while on a mountain. But yeah, like, so the story for this area basically, what's the guy here? We've gone around the Takala. And we went to each of the 4 major areas here. So, Canal Town, we went to that stretch over there. Over there at Yesterland, we went to the castle over there. How about the, where the volcano was that you guys saw, which is over there. On the other side of those buildings, that is. Here's another terminal there. And then over there, another terminal somewhere back there. And then we finished off by going to this one right here. And after every portion of that we completed, it just went down to its natural estate. And as we got a story to do. Just good to see our comrades held in good for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from with the missile terminal itself. What's happened to the missile terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Helix has since manipulated the terminal's outro. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield, nor lead them to despair. Hello gamer, thank you for the check-in. Did they ever update the model? No, that's still using the previous model. That's still using her previous model for the... They are slowly updating all the models to be like up to the current standards. And this is still the Shadowbringer's model for Scylla, I think.
Drink? Conductor? Drink.
Yeah. Hydrate, you dad.
Stretch, conductor, stretch.
And a stretch, okay. Thank you for the full package of I call those. But yeah, so I have noticed that Ishtola's earlier models, at least her Romy Bornwood, her face looks drastically different actually. Like, if you were to take a look at her Romy Born model on someone else's stream who's still in Romy Born, you'll see that the face looks a bit different. Not only because of the eyes, obviously, but like the entire face, actually, you can see a clear difference in detail. A terminal invitation. Istola would proceed to the Mesa terminal. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Yeah, we're just gonna fly a chair over there. Oh yeah, there is an entrance there. Yeah, literally it wasn't like that before. So I guess this is serving as the entrance to both Alexandria dungeon and the dungeon that's just opened up here. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the road as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet, beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their loyal Pearl Knights. who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believes in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who still loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Savy was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Down from the endless fiend. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. You will rise to the challenge that the endless fiend cannot. Hi, Peaches. My cat came over to say hi. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endured is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Kenneth's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Savy for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish such a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Felix thinks he's taking a measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still console caution. But you would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of the dreaming endless. There's a second entrance there. Okay, now check. As with all the other streams of Final Fantasy XIV that we've done, the first time that we do a dungeon that has the duty support feature or the trust feature enabled on it, we do it with NPCs first so that we can see how the battles go out. It also helps serve as an introduction to see how the mechanics are for that dungeon. But every time that we do it afterwards, it's going to be with players. So the first time is with NPCs, every time afterwards, unless I'm doing the chest, is going to be with players. Now let's see, Sheen wants to join in. You know what? Let's let her. She's a Zoomancer. I don't know what a Zoomancer is. But the icon is Arcanist. Oh, hello, Liz. Thank you for the head pat. But yeah, let's go with this. On the tank.
Chat, I think some head pats are in order for our conductor.
Yeah. I love it, that's... Yeah, still on the inside. my day was good. It's been good. Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this. Holy crap. That's quite the inside. You get robots that have boxing gloves on them, look at. Does it not work? Oh no, the sound alert's not working again. I've been having issues with sound alerts lately. And I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, after I take down this robot, I'll take a look at the sources. Adorable beach abdent base. Yeah. Okay, let me take a look at the sources here. Okay, let's try this again. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I guess it's Handler's probe again. That's crazy. I was crazy once and they locked me in that room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And rats get crazy.
That's
yeah, I guess it's Handler's are broken tonight.
I was crazy once, and they locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats and rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once, and they locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats and rats make me crazy.
Also, you know what, chat? What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna download some of these sounds and just have them on the computer. That way we don't have to rely on a third-party service like that. Because I wasn't even aware that the third-party service was not working tonight. I should play NGS. What's NGS? Yeah, what's NGS? Oh, you mean Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis link, right? Yeah. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspect and imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing achievement for the love and sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges that we now face. You know, I will consider that.
I've created new endless for you. Not all the warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Holy crap, it just turned the whole room into something else. And yeah, the sandwich is not working, I'm sorry.
Take this!
Like, I'll have to find like a, I'll definitely have to find a way to get some of them onto the computer. That way we can have the sound alert without having to actually, you know, rely on a third-party service.
Allow me.
You know, for a non-combatant endless, these guys have quite a bit of health. Yeah, the bomb's not working either because of the throw system. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the bombs, which includes the banana one, for whatever reason, Mix It Up just doesn't want to connect to it. And the only way for me to fix it is to actually close the game. And we found in the past that gives me some other trouble as well with just doing that. So I'd rather just have the non-working redeems than deny you guys some you know, this. Oh, there's chits here.
The memories of a physician, one who saves lives, should be reluctant to die.
This guy is like a rip-off Doc Ock. The driver in general, okay. Because I aim to employ medicines in the application of time, I will protect my patient. Yo, that's kinda cool.
Enjoy some headbats from Colonel Black.
May.
Allow me.
So I need to figure out what the actual tell is to figure out which one of those is 20 go to. That's not just relying on the NPCs. God damn, he does that to offbeat and on-pace. Holy shit. No way, I think I may have figured it out. I think it was filmed is the icon that has the spot that's missing is the cap time of the double, I think.
You've overburdened the system.
Hey, Kono! I'm doing good, I hope you're doing good. According to Master Helix, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence, which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electro technology. As souls are comprised entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means would be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. You know, it's been a while since I saw one of these type of enemies. Just in prime content. Oh, what's in the chest? Is that an upgrade? It is an upgrade. Look at that, Chadwick got an upgrade.
Hold on.
No, if I was to be this with players, we'd be able to get through these much faster.
Hold on.
Because the player characters are typically stronger than NPCs.
Let's see witness to repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Yeah, those are some pretty spells that she's casting. I look forward to farming this for some other item upgrades. No, I have done with the data support. You should focus on the FFC that your ally FFCs are attacking. But that's what I've gone to with. Yeah, if we were doing this with players, I'd be pulling at least 2 groups at a time. Oh, I'm going slow with the NPCs because they're not reliable. Oh, what boss is this?
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Balbus, Bloody, Pale, and Pestilent. It's like the 4 horsemen.
Your sentence
As you know, it is, basically.
How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
This is kind of a cool fight here. Oh. God damn! That was an attack.
Something special for you.
Oh. I did not see those saws come up. Aha, there's two that came up, that's why I didn't see it. Oh shit, I fell for the same shit again. I need to be more attentive to what's going on in my spring here.
Beginning to tire.
Not gonna lie, that was a cool fight.
I bid you continue on.
That was a cool fight, not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen a fight like that in Final Fantasy XIV before. Where it separates the entire party to take on one of the enemies. I have seen instances where the party gets split up into groups, but not like that though. That was kinda cool, not gonna lie. Technically it is 4 bosses at once, yeah. Wait, that was a pretty cool boss fight. I said earlier, the pumps aren't working. But yeah, I think that was a pretty cool boss fight.
Allow me.
They had another chest. They had materia.
Take this!
Allow me.
Bananas are out of order tonight, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. But yeah, I think that was one of the cooler fights that I've seen in a long time. he has succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electric device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lingering energies inflict upon our flesh and blood bodies. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Caleb remains unsatisfied. Even divorced memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves while granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The endless will be beings of pure information. This foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Whee!
Memories from an age ripe with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom. Curious about someone. There is no line in the sky, okay. Why does this room look similar to me? That the vein goes into at the bar.
Brace yourself.
They have the Conky sign there. Yeah, I think that's where this is. You know what? I'm kind of curious to look up if it is in fact where I think it is. Yeah, you know what? Let me look this specific room up real fast. Because I'm now curious. Is that the room I think it is? Wait. There's definitely some art with it. But was there an in-game scene in here? Yes, there was! This is actually in the game. This is in FFXIV, this room right here. I knew I recognized it! Oh, that's great. That is great. I forget the name of the bar though. But chat, that has me so happy that they recreated this room. Like insecto, goes down to camera. Okay, so board. Thank you for the follow run kid. But you're a bot, I see. So let's just get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the kick boss in always saying that stuff like that. Okay, is there a better scene, a better image of this particular room? Come on, there has to be a good one. Please, what's the name of this bar? But yeah, let me let me just show you guys. Because we have the room in front of us. And I just need to filter it with the crop. Okay, so it's not a perfect crop, but let me show you guys this. Here's a screenshot of this room from Final Fantasy IX. They recreated it. I knew I recognized it. But yeah, check that out, chat. That's awesome. I love it when I do this. They just had to put in that nostalgia there.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
This is not the first time I've done this.
enemies.
What's up,
Meet
Neon?
the foe before you.
Well, am I if I'm not conducting? I'm sleeping.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
I'm insulating.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Oh, that was cool.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
You don't have to give me a death if I can enter that. God damn!
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pledging the promise of the future.
Oh, shit. That was close. Dodging that one, and I'm not even seeing it doing this count. I'm not even paying attention to the boss on with obvious smack. activity complete. Now that was an interesting dungeon. The last fight definitely has you up on your toes trying to keep track of your surroundings. Anyways, let's see here. Is my hat a toggle? It is a toggle. That thing looks like one of those slime toys that you could get at the store. Oh yeah, it did! You are a coffee drinker? You know, the team in there recently ordered a roaster, I think, so maybe they might have coffee in the future. They might have coffee, I don't know. Anyways, let me get back to I gotta use the bathroom again. I've returned.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the Storm Surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not
That was
doubt
quite a
that
lot of
we are
camera
here
changes.
to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Yeah, summon can't be good.
What now?
Uh-oh.
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
The signal is just like...
Allow me to introduce it to you.
Well, I was gonna say see how it's just creeping across, but then it totally did it.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to!
I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't
Killed his
touch
fellow
me now.
citizen just for
I'm
this.
free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back!
I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
It has a purple glow on it.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
Oh no, they've been enthralled.
What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
Well then.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Didn't I fight this guy last week? I did not. This is my first time facing this one. You're thinking of when I was playing Final Fantasy 13 though. Which we'll be doing tomorrow.
Still mean to stand against me?
What is my character? I have long ears and horns? I don't know about long ears, but I did have horns there. So, like, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about my Final Fantasy character, or are you talking about my avatar for VTubing? It might have been... Yeah, I think you were referring to the, I think you were referring to when I was playing Final Fantasy 13. It was a completely different boss. And as for me, I'm just a goat girl who misses the dragon. I have 4 horns. And 2 lovely floppy goat ears. Once I could get a furry form, I'll even have whiskers. Because the dragon that I'm a hybrid with, it's one of the eastern ones. You know, the serpentine dragons with the whiskers. Ah, you have much to answer for, Caleb. This thing looks familiar though, as well.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Why does it look a little bit familiar? The Aegis the Crowdless is now accessible. During this course, when using the Aegis Sport, you had the updates. Do you want to take this trial with the okay. So it reset the tutorials on me. Okay. We can do this with NPCs. Well, since it's offering us to do it with NPCs, we'll do it with NPCs. You know, I barely remember the name looking like this from Final Fantasy IX. It's been so long since I played it. Was this the final boss of it? Medground. That sounds familiar.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
They have death, huh?
Drag them to their graves. There.
I'm gonna have to apologize, Sean. I'm gonna have to focus on this.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Brace yourself!
Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them.
How am I supposed to tell? Oh wait.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
I think the thing that was shown in front of it was the warning. Oh. How did they know where to stand?
I will reduce you to ether.
Oh wait, they're NPCs, of course they know where to stand.
You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs me.
Was that a fail? Oh shit, I got filmed. We went to the lake chat.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Not my board.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
I did not stay with this group over here.
Fight, if you must. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Techniques of the royal family.
Kill them.
Behold the techniques of the royal family.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Damn it, shut up!
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Let's stay alright. Okay, so I think depending on the pulse for that glyph.
You'll not escape this!
There.
Oh, there we go. There, what did I miss here? Thank you for the follows. I think the most recent was over on Keck. Timmy, thank you for the follow. No, that was a fight. Really had to pay attention to that one.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Oh, it has a shield.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What, you summoned it again?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
Wait, is this influence actually stronger than the
It
warding
will
skill?
rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure.
They can learn from the Yakoi.
This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening?
He's enthralled, man.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when...
Nope, I just skipped that a little bit early. Oh, look at that. And the sign of enthronement is flickering.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Hello. Maybe I should when he calls someone cringe and man.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
What are you doing? Oh, he's trying to move himself somewhere else. You put down animals. It's understandable. They can get pretty grindy.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Oh, he's actually getting scared. Oh, holy shit, she's gripping her axe so hard she's bleeding.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
Hey, it's starting to crack. And there's a cat under the desk. Hi, Peaches. Oh, did she just use a limit break? Oh, that can't be the red Magellan break.
The others.
Oh, I did that neon. Yeah, let me just smack my gunblade into it. Did we stop the transfer? It seems that most of the data must have went over. Fluent floating there. God damn, her hands are bleeding. She is gripping her axe so hard.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
I would still love it, it seems stressed. You stay on Legions because you dropped $200+. Yeah, I get that. How did think that sell with World of Warcraft hadn't had a active subscription order since the Cataclysm? All the way until, Shadowlands, basically. As well as, like, buying store mounts and other cosmetics. It's a similar thing with me. Hell, I've been on Final Fantasy as well. She has yet to regain consciousness, but right now, Lamity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, but would she need to come and fetch Lamity himself, apparently, given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days in bed. Oh, Clamart. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once you had to bury her down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, you shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know what that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are Pramos, the Asines are near far. Which Asines are we dealing with now, then? Thank you for the head touch, Chris. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway.
Hats are in order for our conductor.
Well, did the Notitius really have to summon again? Did it really have to do a you've been asleep all day. Well, I hope I was a good sleep then. But we must consider those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Midnight run at work, damn. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell and Rel and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamity's injuries, Kado's had an effective launch himself here by Siege Engine. That'll be hilarious if he does. Okay, the outskirts, okay. Savy, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breath scene, Aaronville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we cheer, those who adopted the near regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this is due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Krell, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment effort forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest that you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Oh, I see that you tried to do the banana. Unfortunately, Chris, the throw system broke almost immediately. It wasn't you this time. Meanwhile, might suggest you looking on the people you fought so very hard to save. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. You did not break in your sleep. Blades in waiting. Seem wishes to check on the state of the outskirts. Maybe I'll take you up on your suggestion. Only, I'm concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not stick with Mahosa? She must have felt that. I've said that before. Why can I not remember how to say it? The Yuppies, Halo? Not far from here. As one of those who came to see you up before a clash or Calyx, she will surely be glad to know that you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Look how it is. Good to see you again, Hal and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How's everyone? Nothing terrible befell us, as such. The new regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pete Kalani was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal self. I'm sure I'm glad to hear that. I'd like not to lose any more friends, if it can be helped. Also hear that the Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly.
It is very
That we
important
owe you a
for
debt of
you
gratitude.
to stay hydrated, Conductor.
Thank you for the hydrate, Escher. And we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me, for everyone. I really should be going. You still have to keep things running without Peapani and the others, and the outposts need all the spare hands that they can get. Hi, is there anything that I might do to help heal the enthralled? But in fact, I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the corpses. The knowledge will come in handy for treating love and sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gossen to spread the word. Every outskirts towards candle would seem. By the way, Savy, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to Escalamity back to Tolioli. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I don't mind to ask you a different favor. I didn't mind looking in on Goloja. According to Shell, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the drop downs with Arendelle. If he asks Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Where was the drift downs? Oh, they're that way. Yeah, chat, it's so good to be able to fly now. We had to wait until we completed the MSQ, which was during the 7.2. I'm thinking for the future, in regards to like the expansions, assuming they don't add any new zones, we'll have that no flight restriction for the zones that are added with the expansions, which I think is usually going to be like six zones. That we'll still be able to fly in like the older eras, like this one will be eventually. But whenever we're doing the leveling process, it will be just with the new MSQ going forward. And that's just mainly gonna be for the leveling portion of it. Ah, I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Deluge, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him that we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope that he will heed my advice. I believe he ran out towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. By the way, this is the area right here. She's blind. Like, normally an NPC will look towards you when you go near them. At least generally they do. Well, I guess these guys are way too busy. Oh, here's an example of the last thing. See how she's just like watching where I'm going? Or how she was? Oh, you see how she looked down at me? Oh yeah, this one will not do that because she's blind. to think that this got transferred over onto the source. Like, it's just honestly crazy. Hello, Koloja.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Literally.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Fair enough.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
You're a kid right now. You're expecting way too much of yourself.
But I'm weak. So weak.
Those that know weakest first often become the strongest. Hi, Peaches. I see you down there.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Yeah, to get that point, I ever answer with the victim models? Yeah, I am a hybrid between goat and dragon. Specifically Eastern dragon. Because my ears are the goat. One of my set of horns is a goat, the other set the dragon. A goat and an Eastern dragon. You know, like the 17 dragons? Yeah, goat. Bah. But yeah, if I ever... Okay, it's not gonna be an F. But when I get my furry look, when I get my furry model, I'm also gonna have some whiskers on my face to help solidify the Eastern Dragon influence.
Actually,
Look at that wing, that was
there's
cute.
something I'd like you to see.
Oh, what's up, Koloja? Is Otis back? Because if you're coming here fervently as of late, that might mean that Otis might be back. Oh!
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
That's resolve enough.
So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
I would love to watch this Galulcha grow up.
Good for you, Galulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
I did too.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Why did I had that worried look for a moment there? It's like, what? No. Oh, did he try to post a link? I kind of have links disabled for non-mods. Clip for the stream? Oh, thank you. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like, cooking and knows that others taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? It sounds like a fun idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shell and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Oh, now it works. Now the sound readings work. What the hell? Why were they not working earlier? Yes, why were they not working earlier? You beat it with the hammer? That seems, possible. I hope you beat it hard then. Yeah, the block is not gonna work still because it's part of the threat system. I wonder if maybe what happened is maybe some of the sounds get removed. I wonder if that's what happened for why some of them don't work. Because it's nice and allowable, but the test doesn't. What else isn't? What else? Let's see. Hey, someone that's meant to make me jump guns. Oh. Let's see. Last income. Dash when we jump still. And I triggered it too. The team faster than I thought it would. I'm sorry about your ears. My ears. So yeah, I think part of what happened is I think some of those sounds may have been removed. Do I use an iPhone for face tracking? I do not. I actually use my webcam. I would like to get an iPhone for that though. Yeah, I would like to get that. I would like to get an iPhone just for that. And that's like the only thing I'd use the iPhone for. Yeah, Chris, I agree. Everything else, ill for it. I just want it just for the face tracking. Because apparently the iPhones have like the superior tracking for it. Then unless I was to get like this specialized headpiece, the iPhone's like the best option for me. Yet into the background, yes I am. Savy, well, I think the stars are safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. There's a music scroll. Show is visibly relieved that your safe returns. Now that everyone's back, I think we pause a moment and to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. Facing the end of a years-long struggle for oblivion and for myself. Kaikawa and Chio would be happy for us. Oddly enough, the showing our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Android's so easy, I can't make it out. I mean, I do use an Android phone, but I don't use it for face tracking. Like, unless there's an Android phone that has, like, on-par face tracking to an iPhone, I'm not gonna use the Android phones for, you know, for free tubing. I'd rather stick to my webcam for the time being. But yeah, like, as I said earlier, in regards to the iPhones, I do want an iPhone, but I'm only gonna use it as a webcam. Like, I'm not even gonna have it in like, phone service. It's just gonna be a glorified webcam. You trade in for an iPhone, but that's mainly because you use 3D? Oh, are you taking that for, like, your model and such? I mean, it doesn't really matter, though. Because, this is tracking software that we use. It's using me for, so it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's what I'm going to be aiming for. I want to get at least a 13. At least a iPhone 13, just for the camera. I think the 13 is the minimum, I think, for, what is it, like a G-Bridger and such? But yeah, I would like to get a iPhone 13 at least. No, I don't even need it for Face ID. I just want the iPhone for the face tracking. Because again, I'm not even gonna have the phone in service. It's just gonna be a glorified webcam. I'm not gonna pay for service that on a device I'm not gonna use. Like, all I'm gonna do with the phone is get it to somehow connect to my computer. And then it'll just be a glorified webcam. The preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. The can't understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they thought to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. Infrared camera that maps your face from a face tracker? Ooh! But yeah, like, that's the only reason why I would get an iPhone is just for the face tracking. Make it a glorified camera. I fear that she and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent that we secure ourselves a spot in Shell's next expedition to the 10th level. It's about 300? Oh, that's actually pretty good these days. I think I have one on my Throne Wishlist? I think I do? Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha the answer to their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze data that we pulled from the containment complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information that we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future that we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? If I break them is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Oh, do we get a little bed here now? Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the background and watch over the proceeding. Yeah, sure. Several weeks later. They fall asleep there.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
That was a massive report, if that's all just one report.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Oh god. All those pages?
Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this
wait, so
discovery,
they had the memories.
Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
Well, that's good that they didn't forget stuff. It was just merely locked away in their minds.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
Yes, he is asleep again. Oh no, he's not. Okay.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
That's nice that they're going to get their memories back. I wonder if this means that we could possibly see, also chat look train. Wait, what if it turn around? Oh wait, no, that's right, there's a turntable there.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
And look, they're already mostly connected via train. They gotta build some like proper stations and such over in the dome, but yeah.
The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
Ronique.
The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You know, now that I think about it, that was a pretty unique way to say the upcoming scenes are gonna take a while.
Everyone, it seems we agree the conductor must have a drink.
A drink, you got it. I'm about to run out of
for the
CT though.
conductor.
Hey, it's Purple Georgia.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
I kind of think this guy with the two heads was an asshole at the start. He was an asshole at the start. But he had his reasons. He had his reasons. And he's making up for them right now.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my.
She's gonna be stubborn,
Please
isn't she?
forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Ruin you're your screen at me. Cause that would just be so Wooklamart. Oh, I guess not, okay. I recognize that hello.
What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning.
The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
That's a nice scene. But yeah, with Papa Jada there, to think he was a complete asshole to start. But now that he's making up for it, and we know why he was being one.
Well,
it's kind of a sad story for why he is being one.
The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, when I thought that Grau was a bit out of character for this expansion, no, I think that's actually in character. That when you think that, about it being his like a shot of herself.
Performing the memory restoration.
But yeah, like now that I'm thinking about it, this is actually in character for Grau with how he's acting. When you think of him as the crystal extract. Yeah, this is pretty in character for him. So yeah.
The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
I thought you were bedridden.
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
So we're turning the terminals back on, huh? figured Trowel would be there. And it makes sense for Erenville to be at that one too.
All right, everyone, begin.
Look, the whole place is rebooting. The Golden City is back.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief.
I do like how there's this little artifacts of it's like still like trying like to stabilize.
Full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh! Now that looks even better in my opinion. Having a place be all full of color and all that. But at daytime... Now that looks nice. Yeah, look, it's golden now. Oh. They're all starting to remember their loved ones and such that have passed on.
You protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
So that was good in my opinion, chat.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Savy?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
No, she doesn't want to be the queen.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
That's not what he meant.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes.
I mean, she was queen previously, so...
Yes, you're right.
She's retaking her throne, that's what she's doing.
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
It really is nice seeing this place all lit up now.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
With it no longer being the husk that it was. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Savy. If Lama is right, ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tulioli will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No snaking out on Arcona's nose like this time. The dolls that resolve a reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamon back to Tolioli. But what are your plans, Savy? Did you have any other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Toto's been wanting to take you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us or I'll never hear the end of it. Well, what you was gonna tell us to do? Back to Tolioli then. So the next MSQ section's not gonna be for a few months, probably. So there is going to be like updates and such to like the game, like they'll be well before then. Like new content and all that. But it won't be until like oh, I want to say like maybe 3 months, maybe 3 to 4 months, possibly. Before like there's more MSQ. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lantern said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tolioli for a while. We believe in you, Galoja. And whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Well, dear, our valid reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me, Lamati? You were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galoja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only pack a swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you get in at the chain without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. They all turned out for the best. The former queen really did that for people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on and seen. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped chaos without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you, Savy, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again until you'll always be welcome here. It's time I've moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Though I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, such as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tolioli, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation of adding their own chapter to the saga. Hello, Evergreen! How are you and how is everyone looking by? Welcome in. I think we're nearing the end of this, actually. Yeah, I'm Savy, the conductor of this express. Thank you all for boarding. I hope you all have a lovely time here. Although, again, I'm letting you guys know, I think we're about to end. Anyways, what were you doing tonight, Evergreen? I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Savy. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Guluja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. And our best to Sphene and the others. Yeah, hello, Shadow. Thank you for your check-in. And thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, but I ran out of drink.
Stretch. Conductor, stretch.
I gotta get more drink tomorrow.
Drink up, conductor.
I will. I gotta get some water for my cat, though. Pet pats. Hey, Fabi, how's it going? Just played through the first part of Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. The multi-laid-back puzzle game? Ah, okay. So what kind of puzzles are we talking about? I'm gonna assume it's like the point-and-click type of puzzles, right? And when I say point-and-click, I mean like the point-and-click adventures. Where you go like between the different scenes, academy items and whatnot, trying to figure out which item is where. And the proper use of them. You know, kind of like, I don't know, let's just go with, for example, The Sinker of Monkey Island. Which I actually want to play that. I've never played that classic. But I think I would enjoy it. Savy, you're here! We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the ninth will be the cause of some past consternation. It may smooth introductions where it sounds to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Sort of, you're essentially playing in puzzle boxes. You rotate the map around to find items and hidden secrets and maneuver Toad through your levels and outskirts. And okay. I'll have to look it up then to see for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. The Eastern Railroad was not going to know that Alexandria exists at the moment. And the fact that Alexandria has military power to match that of Gorilla Mode, holy shit. And I should know even more. It's even stronger than Gorilla Mode, holy crap. how it was the story. I think we're about to finish it for the time being. Wait, up down Primal. Yeah, that was something. I got caught the meme to show me, but you don't know how to. Oh, if you're in the station Discord, you can always share in memes. Yeah, that's right, I thought my door is open. But yeah, the Eastern nations, like the ones in Eorzea and such, I don't know how they're gonna react to just suddenly learning about Kingdom taking up a big portion of the new world. I have a Discord, yes I do! They can find it down below in the info panels. And for those that are on Rumble and YouTube, it's gonna be down in the description. That's a short scene. The Theros leaders are well accustomed to hearing the Alpha report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have what might have been in the past had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who are participating in the memory restoration have expressed their desire to hold a funerary for the service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking that we might host the service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue the journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends from Tulioli, won't you? Yes, of course. I know Zeraj are only by name, but they wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it's a tremendously brave thing that they're doing. That's why hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as stated in a file. But what precious recollections will educate, will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You visitors ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stand ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation show? I hope you've left some time on your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. Until here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. You've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. They'll be welcome as honored gifts for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, much cherished comrades. You know, chat, I think we're gonna finish this off with a train. We're gonna finish the night off with the train. Oh, what's this? Did he admit it? Oh, it seems he managed to transfer at the last moment. Then no, I'm his angel of death.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time...
Why did he transfer himself, I wonder?
Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Someone's mad. Oh, look, an Asian. I remember that road style.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
Gonna head out for the evening? Alright, thank you for dropping by, have a good night. I hope you have a lovely night.
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol.
Wait, he's answering to the Asian?
Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winter appears, what? What is winter? Is this gonna be from another, from another reflection, maybe? If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? And we're done with the MSQ for now, until the next batch of the MSQ. Which I think, it's gonna be in like 3 to 4 months. Yeah, it's gonna be in like 3 to 4 months, there's no doubt about it. Let's see, which job should we go on to? Let's go on to warrior, why not? Because we're gonna end off the night with a train. I think it was this one. There wouldn't be a good stream without there being a train somewhere, right? I know we saw one earlier, but you guys are gonna like this one. If it pops. Anyways, chat, let me be right back real fast. I gotta use the bathroom, hopefully for the last time tonight. I've returned. I see the thing hasn't popped yet. Hopefully it pops soon. But yeah, so I think we had a good night tonight. We had a good night tonight. At least I did anyways. You know what, let's go to Losing Memory. And enjoy the new look of it. Cause I personally like it. Looks so nice like this. I know, that's a banger, ain't it? But the music in Solution 9 is a banger. It's such a really nice lo-fi chill. But yeah, this place is no longer a husk. It's no longer a dead husk. It started off in eternal nighttime. Then we just went around taking all other places and turning them all off. In which it became a husk. And now we turned them all back on. And the queen herself basically forced this place to be exposed to the proper sky. Turn the better there should be about players housing in the memory. Yeah! I would love to have a full housing district here. It's such a nice, chill piece of music. Seriously, it's such a nice, chill piece of music. We got the Nelcon over there, we got Yesterland over there. We got the Clara National Park. Then whatever this area is called, I forget. But yeah, it looks so nice like this. It looks so nice like this. I love it having all its color back. I was about to say there's something massive over there, but no, it's just the hologram. Why is there no fates here? That's a bit odd. Also, the train has hit the pub. But yeah, look at this chat. Oh, we can see that it actually is going nighttime too. Oh, but look for that thing to pop now. So we're gonna see how the space looks at the natural nighttime. That's gonna be pretty cool, actually. Oh, you know what? This is actually making really nice, Oh, this is making a nice screenshot here. Shimmy, see why the tram that goes around the perimeter of the park? It's not even real geometry for the cars. Yeah, that sucks. I would love to be able to ride on that thing over there. Also, it's train time. It's choo-choo time. Choo-choo. Just a random placard at the back of the train. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just had to let this play out again. But yeah, we're ending the night with this. I gotta do a cool one-liner. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna derail this bitch. The next station is defeat. Careful footsteps, I like that. No, this train's getting scrapped. They can miss us being nice about it. There we go. It's been derailed. So I'm not gonna lie, chat. As simple as this fight is, compared to some of the other fights that we've been doing, it's one of my favorite fights just because of the train. Oh,
Looks
dang!
like
Got
this
a
is
minute
the end
scroll.
of the railroad for you.
We got a music scroll out of it. Now, if there's one thing about this particular fight that I wish Square did, I wish what they did
You've chewed your
was...
last chew.
I wish they had an alternate ending for that fight. Come on, you always screenshot thing. Okay, there we go. Wow, this looks so nice though. I got a little pooper staring at me. He's floating up on the... He really is an alien. Okay, hold on. I actually want to change my job here. There we go. Alternate ending? You mean like using resurrect on it, or if he's... No, not that kind. Though the alternate ending that I wish they would have added to that fight would only trigger if there's a pugilist / monk in the party. And the alternate ending would just be whoever the monk is, or just a random monk, depending on if the amount that's in there. It would just be a monk just doing a suplex on a train. That would be the alternate ending. And they missed their chance so many times. Like, if I could add an alternate ending, that would be the alternate ending. Where the monk just goes, they get the Super Saiyan effect on them. Then they go and just do the suplex. They would just puggers for 4 months as DPS. Yeah, exactly. Now for the monk player, it would show their character doing it. But for everyone else, it showed one of their monks. And it would only trigger if there's a monk in the party. Headshot. Seriously, this is actually a really nice screenshot right here. Like, holy shit, this is actually pretty damn nice. What's the caboose? I have the caboose. People like looking at it. But seriously, chat, this is such a beautiful screenshot right here. I'm happy to have found the spot. Yeah, I like the spot. You know what, chat? Let me embiggen myself. And then go right back to that scene. Because this is like perfect backdrop right here. This is a perfect backdrop to end this off with. Now, I do want to say thank you to everyone that has been here. Whether you've been here at the beginning, the end, the in-between, the whole time, part of time. I don't care. For everyone that's in the Twitch coach, the YouTube coach, the Tech coach, and the Rumble coach. Thank you all. I mean it. You guys being here, regardless of the coach that you decided to be in. Thank you all. I appreciate it. You guys make this worth it. Oh, like, holy shit. I mean, I'm just looking at the amount of people that are here. Or at least that was being reported anyways, and it's like... I wish I could have these numbers on Twitch, kind of. Holy shit. Yeah, unfortunately, the emotes will only fall from the Twitch coach. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know any way for emotes to fall down from the other platform. But yeah, this is such a gorgeous look. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, anyways, chat, I'm gonna be calling it a night. I do have a promo code that you all could use if you guys like tea, especially anime themed tea. Because recently, I got myself some apple cider tea, and I also have the Huggin' and Mud coming to me right now. And you can find these flavors down over at the Johnny's Treasure, which you can find a link down below. On the Twitch and Kick sites, it's going to be the picture. You just click on that picture, it'll take you right to the site. For the YouTube and Rumble sites, there is a link directly going there. If there's anything that piques your fancy there to order, it will get shipped to you. And also, I do have a code. Just use Conductor Savy for 10% off. 10% off your order. You're asking about the apple cider tea sometime, like, yeah, so I think I may have screwed up with it personally. But holy shit, did this smell delicious. Like, I mean, it smelled delicious. And I'm actually gonna be trying the Huggin' and Mud, which apparently is a little similar. But there's also banana in it. Or at least banana flavor anyways. But yeah, it smells. The apple cider tea, it smells delicious. For some reason, it tasted just like water to me, but it still smelled delicious at least. And I think I may have screwed up on it basically. But yeah, I think I may have screwed up on it, but it was still worth the money in my opinion. So like, just to get like 10 pre-made or 10 pre-packaged bags of tea was like $10. Of course, there's a shipping hang, which is like an additional $4 to $5, depending. But yeah, I do have a code that you guys can use, Conductor Savy, 10% off your orders. It helps me out, it helps them out. And you get to have a nice delicious tea. And if it doesn't taste delicious, it'll probably smell delicious. Which I think will do just as good, at least it did for me anyways. But yeah. Eventually maybe I'll have a gamer stuff eventually. But first I do want to try the products first before I go for a code, if at all. Anyways, I procrastinated enough. I delayed the arrival to the station enough. Thank you to everyone for being here. Tomorrow we're going to be doing some Final Fantasy 13, 6 p.m. at the latest, 4 at the earliest. So 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Somewhere around that time is when we'll be starting. I don't know when we'll be starting exactly because I gotta go visit Papa Lockchester and so I'll get myself some groceries. But yeah, so those are the expected times to leave tomorrow. If there's no announcement, I consider it cancelled. But yeah, we'll be doing some Final Fantasy 13. We're doing more, They have the measurements in grams? Yes, they do. Yeah, it's definitely in grams. I have a caboose? Yeah! It's off screen. The grid standard USA measurements, yeah. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow as we do Final Fantasy 13. Again, if there's no announcement by 6, consider it cancelled. And that's 6 p.m. US Eastern, at the latest. In the meantime, thank you all for coming. I'm Savy, the conductor of this express. Thank you all for riding with us, and oh, headpats!
Enjoy some head pats from Neon Nightski.
Yay! But yeah, I'm Savy, the conductor of this express. Thank you all for riding with us, and have a lovely night, my passengers. Good night, everybody.
Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Savy's world, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet. Every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands. Bright horizons, tech and sound. Magic voyage all around. Epic journey, pride and bold. Savvy's story to be told. Digital heart full of pride. In this world, she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls. Every move, she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way. Through the night and into day. up, break through the walls. Every move, she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way.